Hello, brave souls. It's time to rest your weary feet. Welcome back to the fireside. Tonight, you are finding yourself in the northern reaches of the realm. You're not the legendary hero of prophecy just yet. Maybe you're a ranger who prefers the company of trees to people, or a young paladin on their pilgrimage, looking for a cause worthy of your oath, or perhaps a sorcerer whose magic still sputters a bit when you sneeze. Whatever your class and whatever your past, you find yourself on the Old King's Road, heading north toward the mountains. The sun is beginning its descent behind the peaks. The light turns everything golden and warm, even though the air itself grows colder with each passing hour. You've been walking since dawn. Your pack feels heavier now than it did this morning. The straps dig into your shoulders, creating those familiar grooves that every traveler knows. Inside the pack, you carry the essentials. A bedroll that smells faintly of canvas and old campfire smoke. A water skin that's nearly empty. A few days' worth of trail rations, mostly dried meat and hard cheese. And tucked carefully in a leather pouch, a few precious coins from your last job. Your boots are starting to protest. They're good boots, sturdy leather with iron-capped toes, but they've walked a lot of miles with you. The left one squeaks slightly with each step. The sound becomes a rhythm. Squeak, crunch, squeak, crunch. Your feet are warm, perhaps too warm. You can feel the beginnings of a blister forming on your right heel. But the destination is close now. You can see the mountains properly. The village of Highhearth should be just over the next ridge. The trees alongside the road are changing. Down in the lowlands, they were oak and elm. Here, they're pine and spruce. The scent is different, sharper, cleaner. It cuts through the dusty smell of the road. You pause to adjust your cloak. The fabric is thick gray wool, rough against your fingers. There's that patch on the hem where you snagged it 3 towns back on a briar patch. You remember cursing as you pulled free, hearing the fabric tear, but a kind old woman at the last village sewed it up for you in exchange for carrying her firewood. The patch is a different shade of gray, but it holds. You pull the cloak tighter now. The wind is picking up. It rushes down from the mountain peaks, carrying with it the promise of an early winter. The trees sway and whisper. If you're a ranger, you understand their language. They speak of old roots and deep earth, of the snow that will come soon. They welcome you as one of their own. You crest the hill. The path levels out briefly, giving your burning calves a moment of relief. And there, spread out in the valley below, is Highhearth. Even from here, you can see the steam rising, dozens of white plumes reaching up toward the darkening sky. The village glows. Warm amber light spills from windows. Lanterns hang from the eaves of every building, swaying gently in the wind. The architecture is distinctive. The lower halves of the buildings are made of massive stone blocks, fitted together with dwarven precision. No mortar needed. The stones are so perfectly cut that you couldn't slide a knife blade between them. Above the stone foundations, sturdy timber frames rise, topped with steep-pitched roofs to shed the heavy mountain snow. You start down the slope. The path here is cobblestone, old and well-maintained. The stones are smooth from centuries of traffic. Your squeaky boot finds a rhythm again. The air smells different now. There's the pine, yes, but underneath it, something mineral and sharp. Sulfur from the hot springs, but not unpleasant. It mixes with wood smoke and roasting nuts. Someone is preparing chestnuts over a fire. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that trail rations are sustenance, not satisfaction. As you enter the village proper, you notice the details. There's a blacksmith's forge on your right, still glowing hot. You can hear the ring of hammer on anvil, though the smith has mostly finished for the day. A few sparks dance up into the evening air. Next to the smithy is a general store, its window display showing coils of rope, leather goods, and jars of preserved vegetables. A sign advertises finest mountain honey in painted letters. The streets are not crowded, but they're lively. A group of dwarf children run past you, laughing and chasing each other in a game of tag. Their cheeks are rosy from the cold, and their boots slap against the cobblestones. An elderly gnome sits on a bench outside a small cottage, smoking a long pipe. She nods at you as you pass, her eyes twinkling. "Evening, traveler," she says. Her voice is like dried leaves rustling. You picked a good night to arrive. The Steam and Stein just tapped a new barrel. You smile and nod back, too tired for much conversation yet. But the greeting warms you. Travelers are welcome here. This is a good place. The town square opens up before you. At its center is a large circular pool, perhaps 20 feet across. Steam rises from the surface in lazy spirals. The water is perfectly clear, and you can see the stone bottom far below. A few villagers are soaking in the pool, their heads resting back against the stone edge, eyes closed in contentment. Around the square are several smaller pools, each at a slightly different temperature. Signs mark them. Hot, very hot. Please be careful. And there, dominating the north side of the square, is the largest building in Highhearth. 3 stories tall, built of that same combination of dwarven stone and timber framing. The roof is steep and covered in dark slate tiles. Dozens of windows glow with welcoming light. Above the main door hangs a large wooden sign. It depicts a massive stone tankard, carved in relief and painted with care. The tankard is overflowing with foamy bubbles that seem to almost shimmer in the lantern light. Beneath it, in bold letters, the Steam and Stein. You make your way to the entrance. The door is heavy oak, banded with iron. The handle is shaped like a dragon's claw, polished smooth by countless hands. You grasp it, feeling the cool metal. You push the door open. It swings inward with barely a creak. Well-oiled hinges, a good sign. The warmth hits you first. It's not just warm, it's a wall of heat that makes your frozen nose tingle as it thaws. Your cheeks start to burn with that strange, almost painful sensation of coming in from the cold. You blink as your eyes adjust to the light. The common room is large, perhaps 40 feet on a side. The ceiling is high, crossed with dark wooden beams. From the beams hang more lanterns, casting pools of amber light. The room is full, but not packed. Maybe 24 people scattered across the space. To your left, a massive stone hearth dominates the wall. The fire inside is roaring, real logs crackling and popping. The flames dance, throwing shadows that flicker across the faces of the patrons. A group of dwarves sit at a round table near the fire. They're playing cards, slamming their tankards down in rhythm as someone wins a hand. Foam sloshes over the rims. They laugh deep belly laughs that rumble like distant thunder. To your right is the bar. It's a work of art. The counter itself is made from a single massive piece of dark wood, maybe walnut, varnished until it gleams. It's been here for a long time. You can see the wear patterns, the places where countless elbows have rested, where mugs have been set down thousands of times. Behind the bar, shelves rise to the ceiling, filled with bottles and barrels and tankards of every size. Some of the bottles contain liquids in colors you can't quite name. Deep purple, shimmering gold. One appears to have a small storm cloud swirling inside it. And behind the bar stands the proprietor. You know this must be Orin. He's impossible to miss. He's a dragonborn, standing easily 7 feet tall. His scales are the color of polished bronze, catching the light and reflecting it back in warm tones. His snout is long and elegant, with small tendrils of steam occasionally drifting from his nostrils. He's wearing a leather apron over a simple linen shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal more of those magnificent scales. His eyes are yellow, bright, and intelligent, like a hawk's eyes. And right now, those eyes are looking directly at you. His expression shifts into a smile. It's a dragon's smile, showing rows of sharp teeth. In another context, it might be terrifying. Here, in this warm room with the firelight dancing, it's welcoming. Well met, traveler. His voice booms across the room. It's not quite a shout, but it carries effortlessly. Deep and resonant, the kind of voice that could command armies or sing bass in a choir. A few patrons glance over at you, curious but friendly. You look like you've hiked the high pass. Come sit. The fire is free, but the ale costs coin. You make your way to the bar. Your pack feels impossibly heavy now that relief is in sight. You shrug your shoulders, trying to redistribute the weight one last time. You find an empty stool. The seat is worn smooth, comfortable. You swing your pack off and let it drop to the floor beside you. The thud is satisfyingly heavy. The weight is gone from your shoulders. They feel light, almost floating. You roll your neck, feeling the vertebrae pop. Better. The stool next to you is occupied by a half-elf woman reading a book. She glances up, gives you a quick smile, and returns to her reading. On your other side is an empty stool, and beyond that, a human man nursing a mug of something dark and foamy. The atmosphere is comfortable. Nobody stares. Nobody presses you with questions. This is an adventurer's inn. People come and go. You're welcome here, but not interrogated. Orin leans forward, resting his massive claws on the bar top. First time in Highhearth. His voice is lower now, conversational. First time, you confirm. Your own voice sounds rough to your ears. The mountain air has dried your throat. Then you're in for a treat. What's your pleasure? Food, drink, or both? Both, you say without hesitation. What's the house special? Orin's smile widens. Wise choice. Tonight, we have venison stew. I shot the deer myself 2 days ago in the high forest. Vegetables from the village gardens, herbs from my own pots. And the bread is fresh from this afternoon. My partner Alara does the baking. She's a dwarf. She has strong opinions about bread. I'll have that, you say. And something to drink, something warm. Spiced cider, Orin decides for you. Perfect for a cold evening. He moves away, surprisingly graceful for such a large being. You watch as he ladles stew from a massive iron pot hanging over a fire pit behind the bar. The stew is thick, almost more solid than liquid. It plops into a wide wooden bowl. He adds a spoon, wraps a chunk of dark bread in a cloth, and pours cider from a kettle into a ceramic mug. The mug is glazed a deep blue color, and the handle is shaped like a curling dragon's tail. He slides it all in front of you. Eat, restore yourself. You look down at the meal. The stew is a rich brown color, flecked with green herbs. You can identify carrots and parsnips, their edges soft from long cooking. Chunks of potato that have mostly dissolved, thickening the broth, and the meat, tender pieces of venison, dark and savory. The bread is dark rye, dense and hearty, with a crust that crackles when you press it. The cider steams, and the smell rises up. Cinnamon, definitely, star anise, maybe clove, a hint of honey sweetness underneath. You pick up the spoon. It's heavy in your hand, good metal. You dip it into the stew and bring it to your lips. You blow on it gently, cooling it just enough. Then you taste. Oh, this is what you needed. The flavors explode across your tongue. Savory and rich, with the deep, slightly gamey taste of venison balanced by the sweetness of the root vegetables. The herbs add complexity. Thyme, you think. Rosemary. The warmth spreads down your throat and into your chest, pushing out the cold that has settled there. You feel yourself relax, your shoulders dropping. You take another bite and another. You're not eating politely. You're eating like someone who walked all day and earned this meal. The bread is perfect for soaking up the broth. You tear off a chunk and dip it, watching it absorb the liquid until it's soft and flavorful. You chew slowly, savoring it. The crust has a slight sourdough tang that complements the stew. Between bites, you sip the cider. It's hot, almost too hot at first, but you don't care. The spices tingle on your tongue. The honey sweetness balances the sharpness of the cinnamon. You feel warmth radiating from your stomach, spreading out to your fingers and toes. If you were keeping track in game terms, you'd note that you just regained 1 date hit points. Maybe you rolled a 6. You feel substantially better. As you eat, you become aware of the sounds around you. The crackle of the fire, the low hum of conversation, the clink of mugs and bottles. Someone laughs, a genuine belly laugh. The tiefling minstrel in the corner is tuning a lute, plucking individual strings and adjusting the pegs. She has deep red skin and small horns that curve back from her forehead. Her tail sways in time with the music, even though she's not really playing yet, just tuning. She catches you looking and winks. Her eyes are entirely black, no whites at all, but somehow still friendly. You return to your meal. The bowl is half empty now. You're slowing down, eating with more consideration. The desperate hunger is fading, replaced by simple enjoyment. You use the last piece of bread to wipe the bowl clean, not wanting to waste a drop. Orin reappears. Another bowl, more cider. You shake your head. That was perfect, just what I needed. Good, he picks up your bowl. Planning to stay the night. I have rooms available. 2 silver for a standard room. 4 silver for a room with a private bath. You're about to answer when the door bursts open. Cold air rushes in, bringing with it a small figure. A halfling male with curly brown hair that's slightly damp from the steam outside. He's dressed in leather armor that looks new, barely broken in. The straps are still stiff, and the dye is too even, too dark. This armor hasn't seen hard use. At his belt hangs a dagger in a fancy sheath. The pommel is polished, unblemished. The halfling looks around the room frantically. His eyes are wide, hazel-colored, darting from face to face. He spots Orin and rushes over, dodging between tables and chairs. He's quick on his feet, you note. Good reflexes. He hops up onto the stool on your other side, the one that had been empty. He has to hop twice to get up, his legs swinging. Once settled, he leans toward Orin, speaking in what he probably thinks is a whisper, but is actually loud enough for half the room to hear. Orin, it's getting worse. His voice is higher pitched, urgent. The lower pools are completely cold, stone cold, and the steam from the upper vent has stopped entirely. People are complaining. The council is going to be furious with me. Orin sighs. The sigh is accompanied by 2 small jets of steam venting from his nostrils. He sets down the glass he was polishing. Finnegan, we've discussed this. It's likely just a clog in the deep pipes. The gnomes who built the system 2 centuries ago did good work. But minerals build up over time. The water here is rich in dissolved solids. Calcium, magnesium, they precipitate out. It's natural. It's not minerals, Finnegan insists. He slaps his small hand on the bar for emphasis. I went down there this morning to investigate. Orin, I heard giggling. Rocks don't giggle. Pipes don't giggle. Something is down there. Orin glances at you. There's a question in his yellow eyes. He's sizing you up, taking in the sword on your hip, or the staff across your back, or the subtle signs of magic that cling to a spellcaster. He's noting the dust on your boots, the wear on your gear. The way you hold yourself, he's deciding. Finnegan, Orin says slowly, still looking at you. This traveler here has the look of someone who handles problems competently. Finnegan spins on his stool to face you. Up close, you can see he's young for a halfling. Maybe the equivalent of a human in their early 20s. His face is open, honest, and currently very worried. "You're an adventurer?" he asks hopefully. You nod of a sort. "What level?" He asks it like he's checking credentials. "Does it matter?" you counter. "I suppose not. I'm Finnegan Tosscobble, level 2 rogue." "Well, technically my job title is treasure acquisition specialist, but that's mostly because rogue sounds dangerous and my mother worries. I've been hired by the village council to maintain the spring systems. It was supposed to be easy money. Just check the valves once a week, clear out any debris. But now something is wrong, and I'm not exactly built for open combat." He gestures at himself. He's maybe 3 feet tall and probably weighs 70 pounds soaking wet. "I need a tank, or a caster, or just someone taller than 3 feet who knows which end of a sword to hold." You look at your empty bowl. You look at the warm fire. Then you look back at Finnegan's worried face. Your grandmother always told you that an adventurer helps those in need, especially when there's gold involved, and especially when the alternative is watching someone get themselves killed trying to solve a problem alone. "What's the pay?" you ask. Finnegan's face lights up. 50 gold pieces from the Village Council Emergency Fund, and free access to the VIP hot springs for a week. Those are the ones up on the terrace, behind the big rocks, private, secluded, with a view of the stars. Normally, they're reserved for visiting dignitaries. You do quick mental math. 50 gold pieces is good pay. Very good pay for what sounds like clearing out some vermin from a pipe system. And a week of free hot springs access means you wouldn't need to pay for a room. You could sleep in the common room and still have the springs for bathing and relaxation. Your coin purse would stay heavy. "Tell me more about the giggling," you say. Finnegan shifts on his stool, getting comfortable. This is clearly a story he's been waiting to tell someone who might actually do something about it. "Right. So this morning, I went down to the Steam Caverns. That's the complex under the village where all the machinery is. The gnomes built it ages ago, using the natural hot springs to provide heat to the whole village. Very clever. Pipes and valves and pressure regulators. Most of it maintains itself. But there are access points where someone my size can get in and check things." He pauses to order a drink. Orin pours him something amber-colored in a small glass. Finnegan throws it back in one gulp and continues. "I went down the main access shaft. Everything seemed fine at first. The main flow valve was open. The pressure gauge looked normal. But as I got deeper, I started to notice the temperature dropping. And the steam, which should be constant, was starting to thin out. And then I heard it. Laughter. High-pitched, nasty laughter. And splashing, like someone or something was playing in the water. Did you investigate? You ask. Finnegan looks embarrassed. I may have panicked slightly. I came back up. Fast. Look, I can pick a lock and climb a wall, but I'm not a hero. I'm not trained for combat. My sneak attack damage is decent, but that requires me to, sneak and attack against things I can identify. You nod. It's honest, at least. Better to know your limits than to die pretending you don't have them. When do we leave? You ask. Now, Finnegan suggests hopefully. Before it gets later and darker and more terrifying. You look down at yourself. You're travel-stained, tired, and you've just eaten a large meal. Ideally, you'd rest first. But the pay is good, and the problem sounds urgent. And honestly, the hot springs won't heat themselves. People are probably already complaining. If you wait until morning, the situation might be worse. Let me adjust my gear, you say. You stand, feeling your muscles protest slightly. The food has made you sleepy, but the promise of gold and adventure is enough to push through it. You rummage through your pack, checking your equipment. If you're a martial class, you make sure your weapon is loose in its sheath. You check the straps on your armor, tightening anything that's come loose during the hike. If you're a spellcaster, you mentally review your prepared spells. You still have all your spell slots. This morning's preparation included some utility spells. Light, detect magic, mage hand, and some combat spells, maybe burning hands or magic missile. You're ready. Finnegan hops down from his stool. Excellent. I'll get my tools. Meet you at the back door in 5 minutes. Orin leans over the bar. If you're going into the caverns, take this. He hands you a small vial filled with a glowing blue liquid. Potion of fire resistance. On the house, the steam down there can get hot enough to scald if you're not careful. And if there really is something down there causing trouble, well, better safe than sorry. You take the potion gratefully, tucking it into your belt pouch. Thank you. Come back in one piece, Orin says. I'd hate to lose a paying customer on their first night. You make your way to the back of the inn. There's a door here, smaller than the main entrance, leading out to the rear courtyard. Finnegan is already there, bouncing on his heels with nervous energy. He's added a small crossbow to his equipment, slung across his back. The bolts in his quiver look new, like the armor. You hope he knows how to use it. Ready, he asks. Lead the way, Master Rogue, you say. He beams at the title. You both step out into the night. The courtyard is small, bordered by a wooden fence. Beyond it, the mountain face looms. In the darkness, it's just a massive shadow blocking out the stars, but you can see your destination. There's a structure built directly into the rock face. It looks like a small building, but it's actually more of a facade, covering the entrance to the caverns. Stones are fitted carefully around a heavy iron door. Above the door, carved into the rock and inlaid with bronze, is a symbol. A gear interlocked with a water droplet. Finnegan produces his thieves' tools. They're actually quite nice, you notice. Quality steel, well maintained, kept in a leather roll. He selects a pick and a tension wrench and goes to work on the lock. His hands are steady, competent. This, at least, he knows how to do. There's a soft click. The lock opens. The door is usually kept locked to keep out curious children, Finnegan explains, pushing it open. And to keep things in, apparently. You step through. The temperature change is immediate. Outside was cold, the mountain air sharp and biting. Inside is warm and humid. The air feels thick, almost liquid. You can taste minerals on your tongue. Sulfur, yes, but also iron and calcium. The scent is earthy and ancient. The walls are wet, covered in a thin film of condensation. Water beads up and runs down in tiny rivulets, and growing on every surface is a layer of fungi. They glow with a soft, blue-green bioluminescence. It's beautiful in a strange way, like being underwater in a phosphorescent sea. The light is enough to see by, but just barely. Shadows gather in the corners and crevices. You move forward down a corridor. The floor is carved stone, slightly slippery from the moisture. Your boots find purchase, but Finnegan's lighter steps are almost silent. He's in his element now, moving with confidence. You can see why he's a rogue. He naturally gravitates to the edges, to the shadows, keeping his profile low. The corridor opens into a larger chamber. Here, the engineering becomes apparent. The walls are lined with pipes. Not crude pipes, but precise, beautiful work. The pipes are made of brass that has developed a green patina over the centuries. They range in size, from as thin as your finger to as thick as your torso. They weave in and out of the walls, some carrying water you can hear rushing inside, others carrying steam that makes them hot to the touch. Where pipes intersect, there are valves and junctions, each one marked with small brass plates engraved with numbers and symbols. This way, Finnegan whispers, pointing to a ramp that spirals down along the wall. You follow. The ramp is cut directly into the stone, worn smooth by centuries of use. There's no railing. On one side is the wall, on the other is a drop into darkness. You can hear water below, echoing. The sound is constant, a low rushing that fills the space. As you descend, the temperature increases. The humidity becomes almost oppressive. Your clothes are damp now, clinging to your skin. Sweat beads on your forehead, but it's not uncomfortable exactly. It's like being in a bathhouse. The ramp makes 3 full circles before reaching the bottom. You step off onto a platform. And here, you finally see the heart of the system. The chamber is enormous, easily 100 feet across. The ceiling is lost in shadows and steam. In the center of the chamber is a massive machine. It's a marvel of gnomish engineering. Brass pipes as thick as tree trunks rise from the floor, carrying superheated water from the natural springs deep below. The pipes feed into a series of large cylindrical tanks, each one marked with pressure gauges and temperature dials. From the tanks, smaller pipes branch off, heading in every direction, carrying water and steam throughout the village above. And sitting on top of the largest central valve, playing with something shiny, are three creatures. They're about the size of small dogs, but their bodies are not solid. They appear to be made of boiling water and steam, held together by some elemental force. Their shape is roughly humanoid, with stubby arms and legs, bat-like wings that drip condensation, and faces that are more suggestion than detail. Just two glowing white eyes and a mouth that's currently grinning mischievously. Steam mephits. They're passing something back and forth between them. A large brass cog about the size of a dinner plate. It's clearly important based on the empty socket in the valve beneath them. Give it one mephit hisses. Its voice is like a tea kettle whistling. Mine, I found it. No, Bernie burn, make the tall ones cold. Cold makes them funny. Another cackles. Throw it in the deep water. Gone forever, suggests the third. Finnegan grabs your arm. That's the main regulator gear, he whispers urgently. Without that, the pressure can't build properly. The system will shut down completely within a few hours. All right, you whisper back. Here's the plan. I'll distract them, you get the gear. Distract them how? Finnegan asks nervously. I'm going to be loud, you say. You step out from behind the pipe that was concealing you. You stride forward confidently, your footsteps echoing on the metal grating. You don't draw your weapon yet. Sometimes intimidation works better than violence, and honestly, these are just mephits. They're not evil, just chaotic. They're like children who found a new toy. Hey, you shout. Your voice echoes through the chamber, bouncing off the stone walls and metal pipes. That gear doesn't belong to you. All three mephits freeze. 6 glowing eyes lock onto you. For a moment, there's silence except for the rushing of water. Then the lead mephit screeches. Tall one, boring tall one, no fun. It opens its mouth wider than should be possible and shoots a jet of scalding steam directly at your face. Time seems to slow. You see the steam coming. You know what to do. If you're a nimble class, you roll a dexterity saving throw. Let's say you roll a natural 18. Very nice. You pivot smoothly to the left. Your body remembers all those hours of training, all those times you practiced dodging. The steam hisses past your right ear, close enough that you feel the heat, close enough that the moisture dampens your hair, but it doesn't touch your skin. You're unburned. The mephits screech in frustration. They take to the air, their bat wings flapping awkwardly. Steam trails from their bodies like ribbons. Now Finnegan, you yell. The halfling darts from the shadows. He's fast, incredibly fast. He's a blur of leather and determination. He heads straight for the brass piping that surrounds the central valve. His small hands find holds that you wouldn't even see. He scrambles up the side of the machinery like a spider, using pipes and bolts as handholds. The mephits notice. They swoop down, claws extended. The claws are made of solidified steam, sharp and crystalline. This is your moment. You need to keep them focused on you. If you're a fighter, you draw your weapon. The sound of steel leaving a scabbard is distinctive, loud, commanding attention. You bring your shield up with a clang as a mephit swoops past. Its claws scrape across the metal, leaving tiny scratches but not penetrating. You bash out with the shield rim, connecting with the creature's body. It's like hitting a cloud, but a cloud that yelps and tumbles through the air. If you're a wizard, you cast Gust. You gesture sharply, speaking words of power. You feel the magic flow through you, pulling energy from the weave and shaping it into wind. A powerful blast of air erupts from your outstretched hand. It catches the nearest mephit and sends it spinning wildly across the room. It slams into the stone wall with a wet slap and slides down, dazed. The other two mephits circle you warily now. You've proven you're not helpless. They're reconsidering their strategy. Above and behind them, Finnegan reaches the top of the machinery. He's balanced precariously on a narrow pipe, his arms windmilling for balance. He reaches out. His fingers close around the brass gear. "I got it," he yells triumphantly. But now he's stuck. The mephits notice. They turn their attention to him. This is bad. He's exposed up there, balanced on a slippery pipe with no room to dodge. You need a new plan. Fast. You look around the chamber, assessing. Your eyes land on your pack. Specifically, on the small bag of trail rations you've been carrying. An idea forms. These creatures are elemental spirits. They're not here because they're malicious. They're here because they're bored. They found a fun thing and they're playing with it. What if you gave them something more fun? You reach into your pack and pull out the rest of the rye bread from dinner. It's wrapped in a cloth, still slightly warm. You hold it up high. Hungry, you shout. The mephits pause mid-swoop. Their glowing eyes focus on the bread. You tear off a piece and throw it high and far away from Finnegan. It arcs through the air, tumbling. The mephits shriek with glee. They dive for it, racing each other. It's a game now, a better game than keeping a gear. They collide midair, fighting over the bread. One of them gets it and stuffs it into its mouth. The bread sizzles and steams, probably ruined, but the mephit looks delighted. More it demands. Put the gear back first, you command, pointing at Finnegan. The mephits look at you. They look at Finnegan. They look at the bread in your hand. Gear for bread, you negotiate. Fair trade. The mephit that seems to be the leader considers. You can almost see the tiny wheels turning in its vaporous head. Then it nods. Fine, boring gear anyway. Want bread. Finnegan, taking the cue, slams the gear back into its socket. It fits perfectly, clicking into place with a satisfying sound. He pulls a lever nearby. The effect is immediate. The entire machine groans and shudders. Deep below, you hear a massive rush of water. Pressure builds. Steam begins to vent from release valves, filling the chamber with white fog. The mephits squeal with absolute joy. This is what they wanted. Hot steam, lots of it, everywhere. They twirl and spin in the new jets of vapor, riding the thermal currents like birds on the wind. They completely forget about you, about Finnegan, about the bread. They have their playground back. One of them pauses long enough to catch your eye. Good tall one. Fun. Then it zips up into the ventilation shaft above, giggling madly. The others follow, their laughter echoing as they disappear into the pipes. Well, says Finnegan from his perch, that worked. That worked, you confirm. Finnegan climbs down carefully, testing each handhold. When he reaches the ground, he's grinning ear to ear. We did it. We actually did it. And nobody died. That's got to be worth bonus experience points. It's worth not having to explain corpses to the village council, you say. You both make your way back to the ramp. Climbing up is harder than going down. Your legs are tired, and the humidity has sapped some of your energy. But you're triumphant. The quest is complete. You can hear the machinery behind you working properly now. The steady thrum of pressure building and releasing. The rush of water being heated and circulated. When you emerge from the iron door back into the courtyard, the change is immediately obvious. Steam is billowing from the hot springs again. The pools in the square are bubbling and steaming. You can even feel the warmth radiating from them from here. A few villagers have noticed. They're pointing and cheering. One elderly dwarf woman actually claps her hands together and does a little jig. You and Finnegan walk back into the steam, and Stein like heroes returning from war. Well, a very small, low-stakes war, but heroes nonetheless. Orin spots you immediately. His eyes widen when he sees you're both intact and covered in condensation, but not burns. By the 5 winds, you did it. We did, Finnegan announces proudly. There were steam mephits, 3 of them. They'd stolen the regulator gear and were playing with it. Orin throws his head back and roars with laughter. It's a sound like an avalanche, huge and consuming. Several patrons look over, smiling at the Dragonborn's mirth. Steam mephits. Of course, I should have known. Little pests. They infest heating systems all across the north. They're attracted to warmth and steam, and they're curious like magpies. Anything shiny, they'll take it. They tried to steam blast us, you add, but we negotiated. Negotiated? Orin looks impressed. Smart. Most adventurers would have tried to fight them. But you can't really kill steam, can you? It just reforms. Much better to make them happy so they leave on their own. Finnegan reaches into his small backpack and produces a leather pouch. It's heavy, jingling with the sound of coins. He hands it to you ceremoniously. 50 gold pieces as promised, payment from the Highhearth Village Council for services rendered. You take the pouch, weighing it in your hand. It's good weight. Honest payment for honest work. You tuck it into your belt pouch carefully. And Orin adds, reaching under the bar to produce a small bronze key. This is for the VIP Springs access. Gate is behind the big rocks on the eastern terrace. You can go anytime, day or night. Consider it yours for the next week. Finnegan looks at you. Thank you, truly. I was in over my head down there. If you hadn't helped, I probably would have tried to fight them with my dagger and ended up scalded or worse. Partners watch out for each other, you say simply. Finnegan smiles, genuinely moved. You know what? I think I'm going to retire from subterranean engineering. It's not as easy as the job posting made it sound. Maybe I'll take up something safer. Baking, perhaps, or pottery. Something where the worst that can happen is I burn a loaf or crack a bowl. A wise choice, you agree. The world needs good bakers more than it needs mediocre dungeon delvers. He laughs at that, not offended. True enough. Well, if you're ever in the area again, look me up. I'll bake you something. I promise it'll be better than my adventuring skills. He shakes your hand, his grip surprisingly strong for someone so small. Then he waves to Orin, collects a small mug of ale for the road, and heads out into the night. The door swings shut behind him. Orin leans on the bar, looking at you with those sharp yellow eyes. You handled that well. Most people would have drawn steel first and asked questions later. But you assessed the situation, adapted your strategy, and resolved the problem with minimal violence. That's the mark of a true professional. You shrug. Sometimes the best solution isn't the obvious one. Spoken like someone with wisdom as a high stat, Orin grins. Now then, you've earned your rest. Let me show you to your room. He comes around the bar, untying his apron. He hangs it on a hook and gestures for you to follow. You grab your pack and head up a staircase at the back of the common room. The stairs are solid wood, worn smooth in the middle from centuries of use. They don't creak. Good construction. The second floor is a hallway lined with doors. Orin leads you past several of them to a door at the end. He produces a key and unlocks it, pushing the door open. Room 1, he announces, the best in the house. You step inside. It's not a huge room, but it's perfect. The floor is covered with a thick rug made from bear fur, dark brown, and incredibly soft. There's a small fireplace on one wall, already lit. The fire crackles cheerfully, casting dancing shadows. Next to the fire is a comfortable chair with a small table beside it. On the table is a book, a candle, and a small bowl of dried fruit. The bed dominates the room. It's massive, easily large enough for 2 people. The frame is made of dark wood, carved with patterns of vines and leaves. The mattress is piled high with quilts and blankets in various shades of blue and green. They look impossibly soft. At the foot of the bed is a wooden chest for storing gear. But what catches your eye is the corner. There, behind a decorative screen, is a wooden tub. It's deep and wide, made from staves of wood bound with iron hoops. Steam is rising from the water, already filling it. The tub feeds directly from the hot springs, Orin explains. There's a valve here. He points to a brass fixture on the wall. Turn it left for hotter, right for cooler. The water drains through this grate in the floor when you're done. Fresh water comes in continuously, so you never have to worry about it going cold. You're speechless. This is luxury. This is beyond what you expected. Orin smiles at your expression. You saved our springs tonight. This is the least we can do. There are towels in the chest, fresh clothes if yours are too damp. Sleep as late as you want. Breakfast is served from dawn till noon, so there's no rush. Thank you, you manage to say. It seems inadequate, but it's all you have. Thank you, Orin counters. Enjoy your evening. He steps out, closing the door behind him with a soft click. You're alone. You set your pack down by the chest and just stand there for a moment, taking it all in. The warmth from the fire, the softness of the rug under your boots, the sound of water filling the tub, the smell of lavender from the quilts. You decide the tub can wait for just a moment. First, you need to get out of these travel-stained clothes. You unlace your boots and pull them off. Your feet throb with relief. You peel off your socks. They're damp from sweat and the humidity of the caverns. You wiggle your toes, feeling the softness of the bare fur rug. If you're wearing armor, you remove it piece by piece. You know the routine. Unbuckle the straps, lift it carefully, set it aside for cleaning later. Without the weight, you feel like you could float away. If you're wearing robes, you pull them over your head. The fabric is stiff with dried sweat and travel dust. You pad over to the tub in just your undergarments. The water is crystal clear and steaming gently. You test it with your hand. It's hot, but not scalding. Perfect. You adjust the valve slightly, fine-tuning the temperature. You sink into the water. The sensation is indescribable. The heat envelops you, soaking into your muscles. You feel tension you didn't even know you were carrying begin to dissolve. Your legs, which were burning from the hike and the stairs. Your shoulders, which were tight from carrying the pack. Your back, which was stiff from sleeping on the ground for the past few weeks. All of it melts away. You lean back against the smooth wood of the tub, resting your head on the rim. Your eyes close. You can hear the fire crackling. You can hear the faint sounds of the inn below, muffled and distant. You can hear the wind outside the window, rattling the shutters gently. But it can't reach you here. You're safe, warm, clean. You soak for a long time. The water never cools. True to Orin's word, fresh hot water flows in continuously. You scrub yourself with a bar of soap you find on the edge of the tub. It smells of pine and mint, refreshing and clean. You wash away the grime of travel, watching it swirl down the drain. You wash your hair, working your fingers through the tangles. Eventually, you climb out. The air feels cool against your wet skin, but not unpleasantly so. You find the towels in the chest where Orin said they would be. They're thick and soft, probably linen. You dry yourself thoroughly, rubbing feeling back into your skin. There are indeed fresh clothes in the chest. Simple linen shirt and trousers, soft and well worn. You put them on. They smell of soap and sunshine, the smell of clothes that have been washed and dried outside. You approach the bed. It looks even more inviting up close. You pull back the top quilt and slide underneath. The mattress is soft, embracing you like a cloud. The quilts are heavy without being oppressive, creating a cocoon of warmth. The pillow is stuffed with feathers or down, perfectly soft. You lie there, staring up at the ceiling. The firelight creates patterns that shift and dance. You think about your day, the long hike up the mountain, the arrival at Highhearth, the warm meal, the quest into the caverns, the methods, Finnegan's gratitude, this room, this bed. You think about tomorrow. Orin mentioned that the village blacksmith might need help with an ore shipment. Something about bandits on the roads. Or you could explore the forest edge that borders the village. Finnegan mentioned there are rare herbs that grow at this elevation, valuable to alchemists. Or you could visit the VIP hot springs, the ones you now have access to. Spend a day doing nothing but soaking in hot water and looking at the mountains. Or you could sleep in till noon, like Orin suggested. Have a late breakfast. Sit by the fire with that book on the table. Maybe play cards with the dwarves. Just be still for a day. That's the beauty of being an adventurer. The choice is yours. The road is always waiting. The quests will always be there. But so will the moments of rest, the warm beds, the friendly faces, the hot meals. These moments are just as important. They're what you're fighting for, in a way. The right to choose peace when you want it. Your eyes are growing heavy. The combination of the long day, the full stomach, the hot bath, and the soft bed is irresistible. You feel yourself drifting. The fire pops softly. The wind whispers outside. The inn settles around you with small creaks and sighs. The sounds of a building that stood for centuries and will stand for centuries more. You are warm, you are fed, you have gold in your pocket, you have a story to tell, and you have a safe place to rest. If this were a game, you would note that your spell slots are fully restored. Your hit points are at maximum. Any conditions or exhaustion levels are cleared. You have the rested bonus for your next day's challenges. But this isn't just a game. This is your life. And right now, in this moment, life is good. Sleep well, brave soul. Highhearth is safe for another night. The springs are flowing. The fires are warm. And somewhere in the village, a halfling named Finnegan is probably already planning his new bakery. You did good work today. You helped someone. You solved a problem. You made the world a little bit better. Rest now. Dream of mountains and starlight, of hot springs and friendly dragons, of adventures yet to come and warm beds waiting at the end of them. The realm will still be there in the morning, and so will you, ready for whatever comes next. Good night, hero. Good night.